Okay, time for some more cranky ladies. Let's see. Let me go back to YouTube somehow. I'm just trying to get my chat window popping up. Let's see. How do I do this? How do I do thing? Thing. Here, let me see if I can get the game at least loaded. Load game. Okay. All right. How do I? Okay, let me just go to YouTube. Somehow I just can't access anything from my actual YouTube stuff. View my channel. Okay. And it's gonna play my stream. But I'm gonna stop it. And then I do pop out chat. Okay. And I can close this, have the chat going. Alright. So I did look into the code of the game to make sure that my ROM wasn't busted. And I found out that yeah, I'm supposed to be able to get the handbag strap from Cranky Lady. I've just been incredibly unlucky, and I just have to deal with it. I guess it's just the nature of this challenge. And I get to hear more of this music. Still need toothbrush from the unassuming local guy, which are incredibly hard to get to spawn. However, I'm not convinced, or I guess I'm not thinking that something's broken with him. It's just I haven't fought enough of him. I still need a croissant from the mobile sprout, which I don't feel like I've ever seen in a casual playthrough. I got some coffee, and I'm ready to go. I'm at the point where whether I get these guys from the front or the back, I insta-splat them. But yeah. Pretty sure I'm supposed to be able to get this from them. Now, could I be wrong? Sure, maybe. But no reason to believe that. Other than it's been about. I was gonna count how many cranky ladies I've fought in. Yeah, fought in. How many cranky ladies I've fought in. See, you know, how many am I at? And I lost count around like 105. And that was like an hour into last stream, and last stream was like 5 hours. So probably like 300 or 400 cranky ladies I've killed, maybe. I'm sure it could have. Wait, how did you get me from behind? What? That makes no sense. I was literally facing you. Okay, anyways. Yeah, everything I've looked at says that these ladies have a 2 in 128 chance of dropping a handbag strap. Now, if I start getting into the thousands, I might start disbelieving even the game's own code. Like maybe I missed something. Maybe there's some kind of typo in the code or something where they were supposed to do that, but because it's like an extra space somewhere or something, it doesn't actually work. I don't know. But I've definitely killed more than my share of cranky ladies. I think I am going to go for the mobile sprout for now. Because mobile sprouts, they don't always come one at a time. They'll remove my psychic points. And I can deal with that when it comes to the cranky ladies, but otherwise, I'll just farm butterflies if I run out of PP. I've gotten the oh shit, where am I at on this list? I need to I've got the skip sandwich from the Lil UFO. That's right here. Protein drink from the annoying old party man. Hamburger from Cops. I don't think I even need to keep that at this point. And a ruler from the New Age Retro Hippie. I just need the other 3 items, which I'm starting to doubt their existence. Like, literally, I think I've just gained so much luck points stored up, like, you know, from the bomb from the slugs and the pizza from the skate punk guy, that I got them in relatively few tries. Like, probably less than 100. So I'm thinking that my luck is just really, really bad, or something is actually a lie. That's a possibility too. Still, I'll see. I'm really, really, really wanting the cranky ladies to drop their handbag strap. That's like my big thing right now. One of the things I've learned is, despite what you might think, fighting two of an enemy doesn't increase the drop chance. Ah, fuck. I did not mean to do that. Okay, so they, once you get within a certain distance, walk towards you. I know some enemies will walk when you walk, some will have a certain range. I'm trying to see if I can make it so that the situations where that guy's by himself, if there's a guy off screen, I can get them set far enough away from each other so that I can fight them one at a time. Because that'll be 2 chances at a drop, whereas if I fight 2 at once, it's only 1 chance at a drop. Oh, I got it! Yes! Okay, cool. Sweet. So that's real. Croissant mobile sprout. Take caps lock off. Okay, cool. Alright. So now we're still just waiting on... So that was a 4 in 128 chance. So 2 in 64, 1 in 32. So 1 in 32 chance. The toothbrush from the unassuming local guy is a 16 in 128, so... Oh, he got caught. I could have just walked away. So that's, what, 8 and 64, 4 and 32, 2 and 16. So 1 and 8. The problem with the unassuming local guy is getting him to spawn. He only spawns in the town. He's mixed with other spawns that can spawn too. And still you gotta deal with the fact that it's a 1 in 8 chance to drop. I'm gonna do what I can to avoid fighting these mushrooms. I was looking forward to like having a little bit of time where I'm not listening to this stupid fucking bike song, but well, Here we are again. The reason I'm going all the way up here is this triggers chances to spawn unassuming local guy. And as long as I need him, I feel like it's worth coming back up here. Oh, there we go. There's one. Come on, get me a toothbrush. Yes! Hell yeah, back to back. Fuck yeah. Alright, now we're just waiting on the lady, the cranky lady, to drop her handbag strap. That's it. That's all I need at this point. Nice. What a beautiful inventory. I'm just gonna sell this shit once I'm done getting it. Alright, so now we're back to just the lady. I'm probably gonna stay down here once I get down here. I need this guy to fuck off. Ah, fuck him. Do I one-shot these guys yet? Probably, yeah. Okay, cool. So I know that they were the ones that were holding out for a while. Well, at least I've already made progress. It can only go downhill from here, though. But I am so ready to be done with cranky ladies. Yes, his lobotomies caused him to bike back and forth, forgetting and remembering where he's going with repetition. Oh shit, lady got me. Haven't fought one legit in a while. Maybe she's the one who drops the handbag strap. It's all I need at this point. But how you doing, Engineer Monkey? I saw you commented on the other video. I actually think I'm familiar with the word tulpa, and I don't know why. It's not a thing that I regularly think about. I am. It's the only thing left that I haven't looted from Tucson. I've even gotten a croissant from the Mobile Sprout in Peaceful Rest Valley and skip sandwich from the Little UFO. I just have not gotten anything from these ladies, and I'm really thinking maybe they don't drop them. But I looked into the game code the other day. I was looking through it, and it looks like they dropped them at a 2 out of 128 rate. But I must have killed like 300 of them at this point. So I don't know. Either my luck is really bad, or something's wrong in that game code. Okay, there's 3 of them. Nice. One of these gotta have it, right? Nope. I'm level 30 right now, which is insane for this early in the game. Yeah, probably. To be fair, I don't think I started splatting them until like level 28. Up until then, I had to like battle each one. But even since 28, I probably killed more than 128 of them by splatting them. This is definitely like more attempts on this than the 1 in 128 bomb from the slugs and 1 in 128 pizza from skate punks. Like, I've definitely not fought as many of those as I've done with this. I mean, it could just be that they're harder to get to spawn. And that's what's making me think. And then, like, I don't need to fight these guys, but if I have to, I'll fight them. I splat pretty much everything in this town now. Yeah, could be that they're stubborn. But if this does drop, and I'm just really, really, really unlucky, it kind of puts fear in my mind of the rest of this run. Because I've only done 2 1 out of 128. And there's like 25 in the game. It's gonna be the next one. I'm calling it right now. It's just that now that I've said that, and now that it's gonna be true, they're just not gonna spawn. But I'm only 25 minutes into the stream, and I've gotten the toothbrush from Unassuming Local Guy, which had taken a while, but those are even rarer to spawn than the Cranky Lady. And then I've also gotten the croissant from the Mole Sprout. So, good start to the stream, I guess. I'm just not sure I believe that these ladies dropped their handbag strap yet. Oh, it wasn't it, by the way. She didn't drop it. That one either. Maybe I didn't believe hard enough. The next one's gonna be it. This one right here. Look at this. Watch. Nope. Damn. Yeah, not enough positive rays. I never thought I'd get so tired of the biking song. Because you don't hear it very much in the game, since in a normal playthrough you don't use it much. But last stream was basically 5 hours of me doing this. I don't think I need the butterflies anymore. If Wreck-It Ralph were real, this would be actual hell. I'm not sure what Wreck-It Ralph was a show, right? Like a movie, maybe? I don't know. But, yeah. So, there is a point, like every 2 hours your dad calls you and tells you, hey, stop playing the game so much. And, when that happens, it actually goes back to the Tucson song, even if you're on the bike. If I get to that point, I might actually just think like, okay, maybe I should just move on, and that this item is bugged, it doesn't actually drop. I mean, there are cases in this game where an enemy will look and act the same, but it's not exactly the same. However, those are pretty well documented. So, Runaway Dog is the dog that you fight in 1-at. And you fight them also as Jeff. And essentially they're the same, except that the ones that you fight when you're playing as Jeff have a 50% chance of dropping a bread roll, whereas the ones you fight in 1-at have like a 4 in 128 chance of dropping the bread roll. So decently rare. But like that's a case where they copy and pasted the enemy and just change one thing. So I'm thinking like maybe Cranky Lady wants me to go to rescue Paula first and then come back and loot her handbag strap because it's a different enemy entirely. I mean, that would be weird. I can't see why they would do that. And also, it's not documented anywhere that that's the case. I don't know. But I think I'm starting to reach like the end of my rope here on handbag strap. Because I started counting how many cranky ladies I fought in the last stream, and I kind of stopped at around 100, and that was probably just over an hour into the stream. And that was had somebody, one of my friends in the chat, and I was like kind of talking about, oh, I'm level 31 now, great. I was kind of giving her like the rundown of the storyline of the game. So the early part of the stream was me just going back to 1-at and showing her, hey, this is what happened in the story so far. Yeah, the extra cranky lady in Foresight, yeah. She drops it at a higher rate, which I'll have to get that one too. But I'm wondering, is there some sort of story progression maybe I gotta do? I don't know. I don't see why the drop would change over story progression, especially since these enemies aren't really integral to the story at all. They're literally just flavor. Like you could go through a normal playthrough and not even know these ladies exist. I think if I get an hour in and I still don't have it, I might just try to start progressing the story because that's like I have a hard rule of like I don't progress the story until I loot all the items. But if I've gone through like 400 of these things, still nothing, I might just have to move on. There's a matter of like I don't want to just give up, but also if it's bugged or something, then I don't think it's quite giving up. I think it's just accepting that this game isn't perfect, which I already knew, but I didn't know that some drop rates might be bugged. Yeah. I mean, in a sense, you don't really kill the cranky ladies, you just turn them back to normal. I guess they stop being cranky. Though they do disappear from the map, so maybe I am just riding by with a baseball bat, clocking them in the head. One thing's for sure, the world's gonna have a lot less cranky ladies in it. And I feel like I'm doing a good thing by doing that. I've never played Genshin Impact. There's a lot of games I haven't played though. But sounds like probably some kind of game with loot boxes in it. I know that that's a pretty common thing these days. I've always kind of had my I've always been simple about my protests of games that I don't like. I just don't play them. I don't really tell other people to not play them. I just don't play them myself. But then there's games that people think are great, and I'm just like, I don't see it. Probably an unpopular opinion of mine would be I don't really see the appeal of Skyrim. It looks beautiful. That's about it. I'm more of a Morrowind guy myself. And I tried Oblivion, didn't like it. It's part of why I never tried Skyrim, because I didn't like Oblivion, so why would I like Skyrim? And I know the Oblivion remaster came out recently. It still looked like a game I wouldn't enjoy, so like nah. Sounds like an Oblivion remaster only aims to make Oblivion more Skyrim-like in terms of gameplay. Which I already didn't like Skyrim, so why would I get that? Yeah. Thing is, I don't really have a social media presence. I literally don't use social media, so in a sense, I just have opted to not have a voice. Yeah, I've heard it's really good with mods. But yeah, I think maybe the strongest point of those games is that you can choose how you have your fun. And to a to a greater extent than a game like Morrowind, Skyrim tries to push you in a direction. But Morrowind's literally just, here's a 5-minute intro and then just go play the game. Here's a place you can go to continue the story if you want, but if you never go there, the game never forces you. And then like Oblivion's intro was like a good like 20 minutes of just, well, maybe not 20, but it's a good period of time where you're just following the story. And if you don't care about the story in that particular playthrough, well, whatever, you're forced through it anyways. And I think Skyrim is kind of like that too, but maybe not as bad. At least Skyrim looks good. Oblivion kind of meh. With Twitter, Blue Sky, and Tumblr, but I use it for my drawings and memes. I'm not even sure what Blue Sky and Tumblr are, but okay. Yeah, I can see that. Like I said, the world looks great. I just kind of wonder what the world would have been like if, instead of trying to go for graphical, like increasing graphics, if they would have stuck with graphics that are like this, but instead expanded on the world and story in other ways, like how would the games look these days? And we don't really know for sure. I mean, is the indie scene that kind of does a little bit of that. But yeah, I still kind of wonder, because like, but then I think I've definitely talked to people who are just like, why would I play a game that has bad graphics? And I'm like, just what, you don't have any imagination? But those are, I guess that's what I would say is a normie. Didn't mean to get off the bike. Celeste. I think I know that game. No, wait, I think I'm thinking of a different game. I'll have to look into that one, because I think I've heard of it, but I just don't want another ruler. If you give me another ruler, I'm mad. Mental health mountain. Also really difficult. I'll have to look into it then, because I definitely don't recall. I'm not one to shy away from hard games. Some of my favorite games are the Dark Souls games. Fuck off. I'm thinking this lady is bugged. I'll give it like another 20-ish minutes, but I think I might just have to move on. As much as I want to stick to that hard rule of don't progress the story until you've gotten all the loot. I think there's just something wrong with this lady. And I don't think it's bad luck at this point. I've seen Super Meat Boy. Kind of like I Want to Be the Guy, which was, damn, it's that old. Because I remember this in like the mid to late 2000s. I Want to Be the Guy was like that game that people did to like hurt themselves digitally. Or like Kaizo Mario. And those are probably classics at this point. I've never had a huge desire to play platformers that are really difficult. Mostly because I just feel like it's very about pixel perfection, you know. Whereas something like Dark Souls, I think is, it's one of those games. I think people think it's harder than it is. Baby during the era of Super Meat Boy. Yeah, probably. Man, it's crazy to think that it's been that long. I think Dark Souls is really, it's mostly difficult if you think that you're just gonna run through the game and like stomp every enemy with no thought put into it. Because there are games that are like that, like oh god, what is that series? Like God of War, or games like that where it's just like an action RPG, but like 90% of the enemies are just hit them once or twice and they die. They don't actually do anything. Piece of shit, man. I fucking hate these guys at this point. And that's kind of the way Dark Souls plays in a sense, like an actual action RPG, but you can't approach it in the same way. I think if you go in with the mindset that every enemy could potentially kill you, then I think it's a lot less difficult to actually be mentally present when playing. Yeah, that's true. Unless you get to the point where you're like, yeah, I know what every enemy does in this game. Then I mean, at that point you're like, yeah, I've pretty much mastered this game. And that's why I think like a lot of people thought Dark Souls 1 was really hard, and it probably was because there really wasn't a game like that prior to then. And then if you ever see people who play Dark Souls 1 go into like Dark Souls 3, it's like not as bad because people have that mentality already going into it. But if you go back to old videos from like actual 2011 playing Dark Souls, people are like not really in the right mindset. Yeah, I think I'm giving this like another 15 minutes or so. And I'm gonna just move on because I don't think this is bad luck at this point. I think there's just something wrong with these ladies. But I think if you wanted to get into a Dark Souls like game, Elden Ring is probably the best one of that. Plays much like Dark Souls, but I think it's the most forgiving of the bunch. It does have its hard parts, but you've got plenty of areas in the game that are not that difficult and feel rewarding when you beat them. Dark Souls 3 is probably the hardest. Well, to be fair, I haven't played anything that's on a console only, so I haven't played like Bloodborne. If they ever, bring it to the Steam platform, I'll play it. Man, Elden Ring is a great game. I don't think it's I don't think it's the best in the series, but I do think it's pretty good. It's definitely a beautiful game too. It's got that like everywhere you go is just like I want to take a screenshot, But I get it. It's not for everyone. And I don't really like look down on people for being like, "Oh, you just suck at video games." No, it's definitely a genre, and not every genre is for everybody. I'm not a shooter person. Yeah, they definitely have their like darker themes in Dark Souls. I guess that's part of why it's called Dark Souls. But I like it. I think that's part of what I liked about Morrowind is like the environment of the world is very like they just got like mushroom trees just randomly. But then there's other places that look very European kind of influenced, like just regular trees, regular mountains. But then there's just like mushroom swamps randomly. It's like, okay, that's not a thing that you see in real life. But then you go to a game like Oblivion, and everywhere just looks like typical fantasy European vibe. Does Splatoon count as a shooter? I guess technically. But I would say that while something can fall into that category, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the same as the others. Yeah, he likes his poison swamps. Yeah, I haven't been into too many bigger games in the last like decade and a half. I think Dark Souls would be the exception. Otherwise, it's been like indie games that I've come across, and I'm like, wow, this is actually really good. I haven't played any Final Fantasy since like 9. I think I tried Final Fantasy 14. This was many years ago now, where the free trial of the game let you go up to level 30, and it just felt like WoW after I stopped liking WoW. Played my fair share of WoW too. Brennan jokes that he has a poison swamp fetish. I mean, maybe he has a fetish, but I wouldn't say they're that bad though. Like, there's still plenty of areas that don't have it. Yeah, World of Warcraft. I think I have some old streams of me playing WoW Classic, which kind of taking a break from for now. Maybe I'll go back to it at some point, but definitely more of a classic enjoyer than retail. I kind of stopped retail once Classic came out. And honestly, I wasn't even that big into WoW posts like Cataclysm, which was probably like what, 2011? I think that's when that came out. Yeah, that's the kind of game that it's very grindy, and I don't know. I don't even know I can't even explain what I like about it. I think this guy's gonna follow me all the way. Let's just kill him now. I guess there's some part of the social aspect that I like, even though I'm not super social in the game. I've never actually done any WoW raiding. I'm that person that like levels up and then stops playing the game. But if I'm doing a challenge like this, I feel like the fact that I enjoy WoW shouldn't be a surprise to people. Although WoW is not even the grindiest of the games. Played a little bit of Black Desert, and if you want a grindy game, that's a grindy game. Like, the game has literally no cap to the level system in that game. Although there are soft caps. But you could level up to 100 if you wanted. Although the soft cap is like 60, 61, something like that. And that's another one where the game is beautiful. Like, especially the character maker. I almost think everybody should try Black Desert just for the character maker, even if they don't end up playing the game. Like, that is how you make a character maker. Damn, they got 3 Splatoons? I didn't even realize that. I didn't know there was a second one, let alone a third one. I'm giving this about 5 more minutes, roughly. And I think I just have to move on. Like, it could be that I'm really, really, really unlucky. I have serious doubts about that. At some point, I am going to go back through these streams and just count how many cranky ladies I've killed. Like, it's unreal. Oh, did I already mention that? Sometimes I have a bad memory. I think that's one of those Nintendo exclusives, right? Which I'm generally not a fan of exclusives. Actually, it might actually be multi-platform, isn't it? Is it? I don't even know. Story. I'm generally not a huge story person. Then there's really not a huge reason for me to like this game except for the story. The gameplay isn't like revolutionary or amazing or anything. This is basically just Dragon Warrior, but you can get multiple characters. I don't know, this is the one game where I would say nostalgia definitely carries a lot of it for me. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like the battle system is the greatest thing ever, or just like there's really no like customization of how you play, really. Hey, exactly. Or at least what they thought in the 90s. And some of it's true. A lot of it's exaggerated, but for humorous effect. I think what the game kind of like saying a thing without actually directly saying it. This game is basically telling you that the parents in the Western world aren't the greatest. Aside from like Ness's mom. Mother 3 is better Earthbound. Maybe I'll have to look into it. I don't even know what platform Mother 3 is on. But I already know I'll have to get like a translation for it. But yeah, like if we just look at each character's parents, Ness's mom is like the only good one. Ness's dad is completely absent from his life except for the fact that he deposits money into his account. We don't even know what he looks like. It's a joke to the point that in the credits at the end of the game, Ness's dad is represented by a telephone. Paula's parents, maybe mom is okay. Dad seems clueless that she's missing while the rest of the town knows that she's missing. And there's a part of me that thinks that maybe that was an oversight by the Doves, who had different plans for developing that part of the story and then just switched it at the end. Because it kind of seems like you go to Paula's dad and that's how you discover that she's missing. But then it seems like they rewrote it later on, saying, oh, well, actually, everybody knows she's missing. And you can even talk to the townsfolk and see, oh, yeah, she's missing. But then they just forgot to go back and be like, okay, Paula's dad should be rewritten too, so that he knows that she's missing before he just figures it out himself. So maybe Paula's parents aren't so bad, but then like Jeff's dad, like, hey, it's been 10 years since I've seen you. And I essentially live just down the street. Alright, I'm making one more trip. Any cranky ladies I see here, I'm gonna fight them, but once I get past these two trees, I don't think they're gonna spawn anymore. Alright, that's it. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, you know. Walk around, get some water. And I'm gonna turn off this music so that something besides that music is playing. This is where we're at right now, level 31 in Tucson, and I haven't even started with the Apple Kid. But I'll be back. Just dad, otherwise pretty good though. Yeah, I mean he helps out. He's not like terrible, but they're not like if you see your kid once in 10 years, like that's a little crazy. We don't know anything about Jeff's mom. I guess Pooh's family's okay. Maybe. I don't know if we know anything about Pooh's family either. But yeah, I'll be right back. All right. So, I guess I'll make a note. Maybe bugged. Got myself some water. Got some bit of a snack. All right. So now we got to do Apple Kid. I'm also gonna do Orange Kid. Mostly because I have plenty of money. And why skip dialogue? Orange Kid gives like a couple lines of dialogue throughout the storyline. Alright, we got 165,000. Wait, no, 16,000. Okay, I thought this wasn't as crazy as I thought. Oh, I have an idea, actually. Something I want to do. There's a part of me that wants to get on the bike, and then there's another part of me that doesn't want to hear that music some more. Okay, so in preparation for getting Paula, I want to make sure, since I have the money, that I get Mother 3's on GBA. Oh, okay. I think I've actually used an emulator for that. Not you. You! I want to make sure that she has some teddy bears. Didn't know you could buy a fry pan before getting Paula. Yeah. I think they just said it here because you come back here later with her. Oh. Yeah. So I can start selling this stuff since I don't actually want to keep it. Oops. Well, I'll buy the teddy bear. Protein drink, $19. Hamburger. No. Did not mean to try to sell that. Also, I think you get a line of dialogue if you keep the Mr. Baseball cap. I don't know if I'm misremembering that. The little boy at the end of the game will be like, hey, you still have my Mr. Baseball cap. I think you can give it back to them. Oops. Still got more I want to sell. The croissant. And toothbrush. Surprised you can sell a hamburger to a clerk from the mall. What the skibbity? Ooh, I sold her a toothbrush. That's really gross. Something about this makes me laugh. I don't know why. Okay, I've got too much stuff. So I think what I want to do is get 9 teddy bears. 1, 2, 3, 8. So I need one more. So I'm gonna send these to Escargot Express and then buy them again later when I get Paula, or whatever. Have them delivered to me later when I get Paula. Oh yeah, I guess I can use this. Cause sitting here casually carrying $1,000, I might as well spend one calling Tracy. Yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, it's just a cell mechanic, but I like how they try to like pawn it off as if this is a realistic scenario. Hey, I have a toothbrush that I picked up from a unassuming local guy. And now I'm just imagining this guy going back to Escargot Express with 3 teddy bears. But ultimately, that's what I really like with these games. My imagination can run wild with it. And I make myself laugh with that. Trying to drink water while playing. Probably easier when I'm in a battle. pretty sure I have to go outside for this. So it'd be like the equivalent of buying a storage place and just storing teddy bears in there. The aspect of player leaving things to their imagination grows more intentional the farther back you go into video games. Yeah. I think SNES hits that the happy medium between graphically being okay and also leaving stuff to the imagination. But yeah, like old Atari games and old just old DOS games and stuff. A lot of them were kind of like, okay, there could be a little bit of improvement here, especially when it came to stuff like saving the game. When I get Paula, I want her to be so full of teddy bears that we're just constantly, oh, that pet teddy bear died, we pull another one out. But I never really got into gaming that early, like especially PC gaming. So I had a friend who had a, goddamn, I was trying to avoid this guy. Whatever. I had a friend that had like one of those old computers where you did everything by like DOS prompt. And I would watch him play games. He's actually probably part of why I got into Warcraft. He had the original Warcraft game. And then later on, I saw Warcraft 2 on the PlayStation. You want to know a game that it was definitely too big for the PlayStation, the original PlayStation. But it was the Tides of Darkness. It didn't even have the expansion and stuff for Warcraft 2. And man, I played the shit out of that. I loved that game. But it would get to there was a specific map on Warcraft 2 that if you had 8 players on it and everyone had units, the game itself would run slower. Yeah, there were games where you had to type some code stuff before playing. Yeah, Lost Vikings is one. That's actually another Blizzard game prior to Blizzard making it big. So Lost Vikings. That's another. I love that game. It's I wouldn't say it's in the top, but it's a good game. I can kind of see how Blizzard became bigger after a game like that. Well, I don't think that game put them on the radar for anybody, but when you look at a game like Warcraft and then StarCraft, and then you go back to Lost Vikings, it's like, oh, yeah, this is another good game by them. Just they weren't big yet, so nobody knew about it. I don't think I need this. I definitely don't need this right now. While I'm playing this, I should definitely have a... But yeah, there were games. Shit, what was it? I think you had unique codes to whatever you were doing in the game. I think Castlevania might have been like this. I can't remember. You would finish a level and get a code, and you have to write it down and type it in if you want, or put it in later if you came back to the game later. I think I'll send this actually to Scargo Express. I don't even know what the broken machine turns into. I can look it up, but whatever. I'll have Jeff fix everything. Am I worried about dying with $500? I mean, not really. Kind of not worried about dying. Holy cow, that's not even my full health. Yeah, password mechanic. Oh, yeah. You're talking about like the DOS prompt stuff. Yeah, like basically, you had to like manually run programs like by like typing it in. So all your games are in a file somewhere on your computer, and you would have to like manually type in like, I don't know what it would be, but it'd be like, for example, run, and then you do C:/ where it was in your computer. Ah, shit, we gotta keep the phone on us too. Broken machine. Should I keep the Saporma? No. Just a broken machine. Saporma is a waste of money. We can use it. We can look at it. See what it says for help. Saporma. Orange Kid's Invention. The full name is the Super Orange Machine. I like it. So then when you use it, it sang the song Ode to Orange Kid. As soon as it finished, the machine broke down. Cleared up a slot in our inventory. Damn. So that's just another slot I don't have. Yeah, a lot of that was before my time too. I'm pretty sure because I've been to the pencil statue, I don't need to go to it again. Maybe? Maybe I do. We'll see. So if I go back out here. Yep. Apple Kid. Oh, I should have tried to avoid them. Oh well. So before I get Paula, I've got 2 1 and 128s I gotta get. I've got 3 2 and 128s I gotta get, and 1 4 and 128 I gotta get. Territorial Oak has a Psy Caramel. Spinning Robo has a Meteornium, which I think is just the thing that you can sell it for money. Insane Cultist has a Psy Caramel. That's one that you have to get before you progress the story, otherwise you can't get it later. 243 HP for Paul, yeah, it's pretty fucked. Mostly remember Wii games during the same point in my childhood. Yeah, I never really played the Wii too much. I went to a friend's place and played some Wii games and didn't like motion controls. I don't know why. That's the one thing I would say I don't like about Nintendo is they feel like they gotta reinvent the wheel when they don't. Like, just give me a controller. I love 1 and 128 drops. Yeah, I've been pretty lucky with them. Let's hope like that luck continues. Only thing I haven't been lucky with was a 2 and 128 drop from the handbag strap from the lady. And I don't know if that's just bad luck or something is literally wrong with her. Oh yeah, GameCube. GameCube was when they still had. That was like after my moving away from console games, but before they stopped using regular controllers. I mean, their controllers are always kind of weird compared to the competition, but all right. So I think the pencil statue is what keeps anything from spawning here, but here is the one tile that is a 100% chance that whatever spawns there, it's gonna be a tree, and I gotta fight. I gotta get a 1 in 128 chance to drop from one of the territorial oaks. So this is the spot to fight these guys. Now, if I find any diamond dudes like that, I should fight them because they drop the meteornium. And you could not previously get these guys to spawn before the pencil statues are raised. I've never accidentally gotten a meteornium. Oh, and this is a... So while the tree explodes when you kill it, there's also a butterfly that spawns pretty commonly over here. So this is like a spot made for farming. I think there's several locations actually in Peaceful Forest Valley that have the butterfly spawns. If I was a better streamer, I would have a counter, keeping track of how many of each one in 128 enemy I fight. But it's not me. Oh dang, I can't even back attack them. He's spinning robos, nightmare stuffiness beams, yeah. I think it's the Lily of Foes who did that though. Do the other guys do it too? Maybe. I think what I'm gonna hate the most is how slow Ness is. That a lot of these auto battles could happen, except for the fact that Ness is so slow. Speed is literally his lowest stat. Alright, I'm not. Sure, there's a tree there, but there's also everything else there. There we go. Oh my goodness. Good. Actually, I have an idea. Before I start this grind, I don't have to continue the story beyond the pencil statue. However, I can go to the store that's in Peaceful Forest Valley and get a better bat. I'm pretty sure that's like I'm still using the bat from 1-ep. And maybe that'll help these fights a little bit. I'll fight these. I'd rather fight these. Oh wow. They were trying to get all three of them together. Ness, Smash Bros. Oh man. Yeah, that was another game I played in 64 back in the day. I know that they've come out with plenty more since then, but I've really only played the Nintendo 64 version. And Ness was probably my second favorite. I liked Ness, and then Kirby was my favorite. But yeah, Ness was pretty difficult to use. I think you had to unlock them too in the first one. Holy cow. Is this the level 3 or the 300 HP level? No, not quite, but close. Oh, I should just use Life of Bravo. I forget how much HP I have. Yeah, the using the lightning to get himself back onto the platform. I like that. Like it's actually something that it's kind of difficult to pull off, or it was. And you could screw it up a lot. Like, you were just slightly too slow on getting the lightning to hit you. You just push yourself into the ground. instead of up. Kirby was nice for the fact that he had this little 5 like jumps. Now, if I get Psy Caramel casually as I'm not farming for it right this second, that would be amazing. Ness recovery is not as hard the older you get, funny enough. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually, when I think back to like the difficulties I had in video games when I was a kid, I was like, man, was I just like that dumb? Or were games just harder? Oh, and I can get the hard hat over here too. That's an upgrade. Holy cow. Yeah, that's probably what it was. I mean, a mix of being dumb and also just not having experienced that. Ah. I think I'm gonna save my capsules. I don't think I'm gonna use luck capsule on Ness. Ness is strangely the luckiest character you get, and as far as I can tell, there's a bit of like mixed info out there, but I think luck only affects like status effect chances defensively and offensively. However, I don't think any of your characters really use it regularly, so it would be more of a defense stat than anything. And I think the consensus is to give the luck capsules to Paula. But yeah, it's crazy to me to think that I had difficulty at one point with Final Fantasy 3/6, because I go back to play it now and I'm like, what did I not get about this? Yeah, so critical hits are governed by guts. That's where I was like, can't be critical hits. Alright, so my defense 42, offense 74. Got everything I can get for Ness. Let's call Escargot Express. Pick up. I'm gonna keep the Mr. Baseball cap. Had a hard time with Pokemon of all things. I think by the time I got into Pokemon, I had understood RPGs at that point. But that's another game where I haven't really played much past the first series. I think I played some of the second generation. I'm gonna have you take this. I'm gonna have you take this. And the Mr. Baseball cap. Yes. Alright, we're ready to farm. I haven't played most of the earlier games. Oh man. So I would say Gen 1 is not like that essential to have to play, but I would say, I think it's the Gen 3 remake of Fire Red and Leaf Green. If you wanted to play the original game, Fire Red or Leaf Green is a good remake, which is hard to say. There are very few games that they remake and actually make it good. However, if you do play the original Pokemon Red or Blue, um, those games are kind of broken in a way that if you figure out the ways in which they're broken, they're super easy. Okay, yeah, Fire Red. Um, but also there's like I say this kind of tongue in cheek, but the purity test of like what was your starter Pokemon back in the day between Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. And then you have to, you start entire political factions based on that. I mean, I guess you already got the red and blue and, Democrat, Republican, but you also got green. I guess that's technically a party. But no, we don't do it on politics. We do it based on the Pokemon itself, you know? If there's anything I don't want to talk about on streams, it's politics. But I'm not, like, completely against talking about it. It's just, I don't know. People get angry about shit that at the end of the day doesn't really affect us that much. And that's kind of my stance on it. Come on, Mr. Tree, aggro me. I don't want to aggro the other dudes though. Is the tree running away from me? Is that what's happening? Am I that high of a level? No, it's not. Heart Gold 2 and skipped a few games up to X and Y. I haven't skipped a game since. Yeah, I don't even know which gen is which, honestly. Did I one hit? If I can get to where I can splat these guys, that would be amazing. Yeah, I think we were talking about this in the other stream. That, dang it, no splat. Probably need a few more levels. Which will probably happen. I think we were talking about this the other day, was that Pokemon is one of those games that has figured out how to be for the casuals as well as for the sweaty nerds. Yeah, I just know that like the first generation Pokemon's kind of had like a reference to something in the real world. But at some point they kind of stopped doing that, and I don't even know what they reference anymore. I think bite into some strawberries, but I'll mute myself while I'm doing that. Oh yeah, they use some sweaty nerd tactics. That would be the one thing, is that like even the most challenging stuff, it seems like in a lot of the Pokemon games, is still not very difficult. But I didn't even know they had DLC for those games. Wouldn't surprise me though, the way games are going these days. But yeah, like the original game, like the Elite Four, you're just like, are y'all really elite? That's another game where randomizers can make it interesting. Especially when it comes to like Fire Red and Leaf Green, where when they're randomized, the original games themselves don't have the Gen 3 Pokemon in it, but when you randomize it, you can have them in there. It's kind of neat, like having more options. It does include it does end up including a lot of Pokemon that I'm just not familiar with. But that's fine. Oh, I'm not one to completely shy away from new stuff. Just a lot of the times. Wait, DLC for 6 to 7 years? You mean like they keep coming out with new DLC for 6 to 7 years, or like it had its one DLC and it's been 6 to 7 years? Oh well. It's a mildly disappointing. It's not like soul crushing or anything, but I always can appreciate when a game's like, this is our game and this is it, you know. But I mean, I did talk about liking Dark Souls, and every Dark Souls game has had DLC. But Dark Souls is a series that has never really lost my respect, unlike other series. Yeah. Another thing where my protest is simply I just don't participate. Like games have DLC. Hey, Vidboy Loy. Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of like it's fair if a game is good and the DLC is good, why not take my money? And that's kind of how I feel about Dark Souls. Like their DLCs are worth it. Granted, I haven't played Elden Ring's DLC yet, but it also didn't finish the game until 2024. But yeah, currently trying to get the Psy Caramel to drop from the sky. Probably gonna throw it in a storage. Never touch it. I'd like to put all my 1 in 128 items into storage. Why are you killing trees? Yeah, I just explained it, but oh god, my phone. Uh-oh, work text. auto fight. Okay, nothing I needed to respond to. I don't even know if the ding my WhatsApp came through on the mic. It's actually kind of surprising to me what the noise gate will sometimes stop. I'm like, I mean, I guess it's fair enough to kind of have that, what's it called, like reservation about buying it, but I'm also trying to get, actually, I haven't seen it work. I haven't seen Brain Shock work yet on me. Nice! I didn't even grind these guys. Okay, that's one loot I don't have to get anymore. Man, I probably killed like 5 or 6 of them. But hey, getting it in that many attempts is a 2 in 128. So that one I can check off the list. I think it's only meant to be sold. Be sold for a very high price. Nothing happens if you use it. Good explanation is kind of tough. Well, that's one of 2 items in Peaceful Rest Valley that I need. I've already gotten the little UFO, and then they drop the skip sandwich, and then the mobile sprout drops a croissant. I've already gotten those. But yeah, I haven't seen Brain Shock work. I don't know if it's like a level thing, like my character. Right now I'm level 32, which is way over leveled for this area, but yeah, I guess that's what happens when you try to get every single thing that you can loot. I think before moving on to the next part of the story, though, I do want to try again for the Cranky Lady. I don't know if it's something just, like maybe I needed to move the story along for the Cranky Lady to drop her loot. It sounds like the kind of thing that would be badly coded in the game. It doesn't sit well with me that I've continued and I never got her loot. I'll go brush my teeth, maybe eat a snack or something. I can taste my breath. Yeah, it's probably a good sign. I need to clean up. Actually, Sisyphus. Sisyphus was the... Is that the push the rock up the hill meme? Just because you can? I think so. Okay, I keep thinking I need to fight more of those robos, but I don't. Come on, splat them. Dang it, I don't get the splat yet. So apparently biting into the strawberry doesn't come in on the mic, so I don't necessarily have to mute myself while I'm eating. Though probably a good idea. Anyways. Yeah, those trees are definitely a freak out the first time you fight them. Oh, I already healed. If anything, I need a butterfly soon. Not too soon, though. I don't know. I don't know why the tree explodes either. Maybe it's an electrical tree. Trees in this universe are strange. I mean, I guess we're asking these questions, but like, we're fighting a tree. And a tree's fighting back. And we think it's weird it has a vacuum attack? Or that it explodes? I can't think of any time in real life where I fought a tree before. Have I ever been that drunk? Yeah, everything's strange in this universe. That is true. I think if I ever get into like a really rough spot playing this game, like mentally, I might have to do some like randomizers. Because I do enjoy the randomizer for this game. And then if you want strange, watch some randomizer runs. Takes a strange game and makes it stranger. And I have to fight another one of these guys. Great. Oh, apparently I'm faster than the spinning robo, which is weird. Yeah, I mean, trees could explode. Does every tree explode? Not really. Yeah, I'm not getting all my psychic points yet back anyways, so. Yeah, I guess if anything is strange about it, the vacuum attack might be the strangest part. Because if you're already accepting that a tree has a face and it's attacking you with its Bob Ross hair, then accepting that it explodes when it dies isn't that weird either. He drops a Psy Caramel. That's what we're looking for. A 1 in 128 drop. So less than 1%, which means I might be here for a while. Oh yeah, it's definitely Bob Ross hair. I don't know if that's what they were intending, but... Here, let me mute myself. I think I am picking up on the mic a little bit. Man, my button on this keyboard is like giving me trouble. Yeah, I didn't figure it would be too loud, but just being extra cautious. Alright, this will be a good time to heal, because I got the psychic points for it. I mean, at least I'm not like, I guess a strawberry is a pretty soft food to eat, so it wouldn't be too loud. If I were munch on chips, I'd definitely be like, alright, let me stop. Oh boy, level 33. I'm anticipating that at a certain point in the game, Ness will be like in the 90s, and I won't even be close to the end of the game. And at that point, I think it's time to leave Ness dead more often than not, because he needs to gain a level after the magic hand part in order to get the bonus from that. Which is kind of why I went with the pink background, because it's kind of close to a red background, which is what I'm going to be looking at a lot if Ness is staying dead for long periods of time. So I might as well start getting used to it now. But yeah, this is going to be one of the probably less bad grinds. Especially if I can get to... He might be immune to it. Am I? So I'm pretty sure Travel Charm only helps with paralysis. Paralysis? Yeah. Or maybe one of these give a status immunity that I didn't know it does. I should read all these. Some of these descriptions are kind of cute. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It might be a level-based thing too, though. Oh yeah, criminal worms. So the thing that I'm kind of thankful for is that those don't actually drop any items. So I don't have to farm them, because I would definitely be level 99 way quicker if I had to farm those guys. There we go. Nice. Okay. That wasn't too bad. I am still just upset about Cranky Lady, and that I never got her drop. And it's a 2 in 128. Sweet. Also, I gotta go up here. I forgot a thing that I have to do. I want to get all of these as well. This is what really makes me think that the Cranky Lady was broken. I spent an entire stream the other day doing grinding for the Cranky Lady in Tucson for her handbag strap, and she never dropped it. And I probably, if I were to count, I wouldn't be surprised if it's over 300 times I've fought her. And it's a 2 in 128, so it's not even supposed to be that rare. Alright, so I got the side caramel. I can sell the Meteornium since it's a 2 in 128. Oh, I didn't say Fuzzy Pickles. Oops. I'm a terrible picture taker. That translates to how I am in real life as well. Let me check that off the list. Alright, so the fun part next will be side caramel from Insane Cultist. And since my rule for myself is I can't progress the story until I get everything, I also have to get the stuff from the cave that typically you would go to after you get Paula. But since getting Paula advances the story, that means I have to get those items before I get Paula. I want to go back? Not really. We'll go. I mean, I've already been to Peaceful Rest Valley, the town, or whatever. Blue Town. I don't know what's it called? Happy Village. I'm surprised this went as well as it did. I think there's definitely going to come a point where I am not this fortunate. I didn't spend that long on any of the 1 in 128s yet. Maybe my luck will die when I have to get the Sword of Kings. I've done that before, but oh, another travel charm. If this shop sells a travel charm, I'm just gonna sell this to them and then get it later when I get Paula. Oh, I am going the wrong way. I think I'm going back. I need to go this way, then down. Heard about the Sword of Kings so many times. Yeah, it's classic. It's the one in 128 I've almost, well, probably have more playthroughs than not go out of my way for. No, you completely forgot about it. I guess it's kind of easy to miss. So the thing that I've learned doing this run is that having multiple enemies makes the drops harder to get. Multiple different enemies. Because the way that the game decides how to give you loot is that it chooses one of the random enemies. One of the enemies that you fight randomly, and that's the one that you get loot from. So fighting 2 mobile sprouts to get their drops doesn't help. And then I was super lucky in how long it took me to get the pizza from Skate Punk, because Skate Punk has the chance of fighting you with like 2 other guys. So even Sword of Kings, I think, suffers from that because you fight the robot dudes that heal, and you also fight regular Starmen, and that means you have like a chance that you're not even rolling on the Sword of Kings. And unfortunately, it's impossible to tell if you are or not. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to try the cranky lady again. That's why I was heading back to town. And I forgot. Because the way that these games are made, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, advancing the story somehow affects the code on the cranky lady or something, and then she drops her loot. I am newly clean and newly fed. Nice. Congrats, and welcome back. I feel like Atomic Robot was a bit overkill when it shows up in the game. Yeah, I got the tree job. The Psy Caramel. Sell the Meteornium. I gotta send the Psy Caramel to my Escargot Express. This is one that I wasn't looking forward to, but I'm gonna do it. Is the I gotta get another Psy Caramel from the Insane Cultists. Also, oh, hi, Dad. No. But that does let me know that, hey, I should probably take a break soon. So do you sell travel charms? No. So I should send that to Escargo Express until I get Paula. Yeah, either I'm extremely lucky or I'm not realizing how long this stuff is taking me. Okay, you get the side caramel, because that's my 1 in 128. Couple life noodles is one of those items that, well, one, it has literally no use right now. But it's one of those, like, it's too good to use, so you never use it kind of things. I'll keep the travel charm, I guess, for when I get Paula. And then I can sell the Meteornium. See how much I get. I think there's another item in the game that's just like this. It's literally only to sell. Oh, whoops, let me talk to you and then sell. Oh, 1,000. Yeah, I think there's another item later in the game that you get that it's literally just to sell for $5,000. All right, I got a free $1,000. Now I have 16 of those. Except wad of cash. Yeah, the too good to use items. So, there's two places I can farm insane cultists. So I can fight them in here, however, they'll show up in pairs. And as I spoke about before, fighting two does not increase your chances of getting the item as much as you might think it would. It doesn't. However, I think they do spawn out here at a slightly lower rate, but they only spawn as one, so you'll only ever fight one at a time. And this actually might go pretty quickly if I'm just going to splat them all day. But yeah, this is one of those games. I think the wad of cash says that it's worth $10,000. So I could withdraw 10,000 right now. Typically, in a normal playthrough, I wouldn't have 10,000 right now. So the wad of cash makes sense. You would need it. So this might be what makes it go fast, right? That I'm so over leveled, I just splat everything anyways. But yeah, that's always kind of bugged me in game. Yeah, I need the key item to advance the story. I can't just give the $10,000. There was a game like that. What was it? I want to say it was like $1 million or whatever the currency is in that game. It's supposed to be an unattainable amount of money. And then even if you do get it, they don't let you use it. I can't remember what game that was. It's Easter egg I discovered. And play through with a wad of cash, where if you use it on PCs near them, they have unique reactions. Oh, I might have to give that a try. See what they say. Saxophone dude trying to help. Yeah. Oh, I don't need anything. I'm like not even really fighting. But I'm pretty sure this is like the spawn squares. It's over here. So I'm just spawning them in town. But yeah, I think it's like 1% less to spawn these guys in town. However, if they only show up as one, it's better. That way I don't have to fight two of them for the same drop rate. I'm trying to think, what was that game? I don't remember. There was a game that I think it says, yeah, like here you need $1 million, and it's supposed to be like you can't obtain it. But even if you like, well, one grinded that much, or uh, the item I'm trying to get now, is that what you're asking? I'm trying to get another side caramel, another one of those like limited items in the game that are almost too good to use. But yeah, I'm trying to get a 1 in 128 drop from these guys as side caramel, which Super Paper Mario. I don't think I've played that one. I've seen it, I think. I might have played it. I don't remember. If I did play it, it was emulated though. I don't think I ever actually owned that game. I have owned Earthbound though. And I do own Final Fantasy 3/6. I have a cartridge that I've gotten from a, what do you call it? Comic-Con? Which I'm not a regular Comic-Con person, but I did go to one. Oh, that game has an item like that? Yeah, it's one of those like you have to have the key item. You can't just give me $10,000. And then I think like the diamond that you get later in the game, it's supposed to be worth like $1 million or something. Which I'm not sure if we ever reach $1 million in this game. Do we ever become a millionaire? I'm not sure. That might be like a... Oh, there we go, 95. Might be like a character limit that prevents you from getting $1 million. Yeah, I might be a millionaire by the end of this run. It might be to the point where like Dad just stops depositing money in my account because I'm at the cap. Like the bank never anticipated anybody getting $1 million. Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting. I literally am not using any resources because I'm just splating these guys. But yeah, like I was looking at the, that's something I can probably pull up eventually too. Actually, I don't think I have the map open right now. I was looking at the map because I'm fine with like researching best spawn points. And I think it's here, there's like just a ton of red squares spawn points where it's like 7% chance for them to spawn, which in the cave it's 8%, but they do spawn in pairs, and I think that will hurt in the long run. Because then that means I have to fight them and I don't get a higher drop rate. So I'd rather fight a 7% chance to spawn one guy that's not going to have help than an 8% chance to spawn two guys. It's gonna not one they'll probably call for help because that's one of the actions they can do. And I can't splat them, when there's two of them. $353 is a hefty amount of experience though. And there's some guys inside this house that I could fight too. But I guess I'll fight them later. Those ones are ones that actually you can't just splat because they're like dialogue initiated fights. It's like how psychopathic this probably looks. Just a kid walking around town, knocking the heads off of cultists with a baseball bat. Hey, great minds think alike. That's awesome. So I think I always just, like, in my head thought that soy caramel was like certain kind of caramel on like popcorn or something. But the more I think about it, I think it is literally just the caramel, which sounds really gross to just eat caramel. I mean, I don't have a big sweet tooth personally, so the idea of just eating straight caramel is like really disgusting. That's when you know you've got problems. If you're eating just caramel. But maybe because it's soy caramel, it's 0 calories. Oh yeah, I guess it is like the candy. Yeah, I guess that is probably what they're referencing. And I'm just... Oh, dang, I thought I looted something. No, I just hit level 34. Sugar rush enhances their minds. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you're sugar deprived, sugar is gonna help. Yeah, I can't do it. I like the occasional ice cream and everything else sweet that I eat. I mean, I like chocolates too, but like donuts and stuff, just pastries in general, I'm not a huge enjoyer of those. Though I could definitely do to lose some weight. My weakness is just carbs in general. Like bready foods. Give me a bag of chips. Those bag of chips won't last long. Especially if I like the flavor. I am a spicy food person though. I kind of am sad that I can never find. So they used to have habanero Doritos, and they stopped selling them. And I loved them. I'd go through like half a bag and be like, okay, this is actually spicy enough for me to slow down. You into spicy as well? I don't know. Something about eating pain is just attractive to me. Like if I'm not keeled over, feeling like the food, the heat of the food as it goes through my intestines every step of the way, like, am I really alive? I would argue no. Like Thai food is some of my favorite because the Thai food places are not um, not afraid to make things spicy. In fact, they definitely tone it down for Americans. It's like a roller coaster. If you know you're safe, you can enjoy it. Yeah, yeah. And similarly though, I do need my food to taste good. I can't just be like, let me eat a ghost pepper. Like a ghost pepper just doesn't taste good by itself. Put some spice, put some of that into food. Okay, I can do it. And the food tastes good. Yeah, but I'm not just eating hot just to eat hot. That's not typically how I am. Yeah, spicy food, but not over the top. Like that's the thing I've learned. Those a lot of people have different thresholds. I knew a coworker who literally could not eat a bag of spicy Cheetos, and like I'm talking like the fun pack size or whatever, the tiny bags. And I'm like, how can you not eat a bag of it? She'll eat like two of them, and I'm like, she's like, man, I don't know how you eat these. They're so spicy, and I'm like, they're not though. So everyone's got a different tolerance level, and I definitely have my limits. But I still enjoy it. Fresh ghost peppers are nice. Honestly, I'm not even sure how I would go about getting a ghost pepper. If they don't sell them at the supermarket near me, then I think the hottest thing they'll sell is like habaneros, which they're fine. I like habaneros. The thing that I dislike, and it's probably happened in like within the last 10 years, is everything wants to sell this brand of spicy. It's like, hey, this is our spicy version, and all they've done is like some chili powder plus lime. And I I don't hate lime, but I do hate those products for just thinking that because we've added lime, they're now spicy. And I'm like, no, it just made your food taste gross, and it's not spicy. For most of my life, those were too spicy. So I didn't eat spicy food for a while. Then when I tried some a few years later, it was like nothing. Yeah. I mean, I'd say I'm not a huge fan of Tabasco sauce because I don't like the flavor. But I'll take some Tabasco sauce over nothing. Granted, I eat plenty of food that's not spicy. Can't literally make every meal spicy, but and then some things it just doesn't work with, like we talked about. Yeah, I'll eat some ice cream. I'm not trying to get some Tabasco ice cream though. I'll get like cookies and cream or coffee ice cream or strawberry or whatever, you know. I don't know if I have a favorite. Ghost peppers are overhyped. Reapers on the other hand, yeah. Like things that are really sweet, others describe as too sweet. I don't know. When it comes to sweet food, I just kind of wish they would leave things as they are. I'm the kind of person that I'll eat like a plain donut, not glazed at all. And I mean, it's baked with sugar, so it's got some sweet to it. It's just I don't want to have like it's baked with sugar, and it's also glazed with sugar, and then there's chocolate on there with sugar, and it's just like too much for me. Okay, I think I've officially probably killed more of these guys than I did the trees. I don't, I'm not keeping track like that, but it just feels like it. Though this is one item that not only am I have my own restrictions of not progressing the story, but also the story will delete these guys if I don't get it. Buttercream icing on toast, weird stuff like that. Hmm. Yeah, sounds like something I wouldn't enjoy, but maybe some like butter on toast though. be okay. I'm not sure if I've had buttercream. Is that just butter? Sounds like butter and cream. Eh, but your siblings can be wrong. They're allowed. If there's anything I ever try to encourage, it's disagreement is okay. Just a basic frosting. Yeah, it doesn't sound like something I would enjoy either. I'm generally not a huge just like bread fan. Like I don't buy like loaves of bread or anything. Even though I just said earlier that my biggest weakness is carbs. I don't really have much use for just like a loaf of bread in the store. And even when I do get bread, I don't get white bread really. But like chocolate on chocolate cake is my jam. Yeah, I think that would be too much for me. Like I can eat chocolate candies and enjoy them. But when it comes to like, and then even with ice cream, like I mentioned, liking ice cream, but like chocolate ice cream with like chocolate fudge pieces in it and chocolate this and that, everything chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. I'm like, okay, this is a bit too much. Stop. I'm really more of a vanilla base ice cream. Like what's it called? Rocky Road, or there's another one I can't think of bread, especially bread from other countries. Yeah, it's alright. I don't dislike it. I just don't really see myself ever buying and keeping it. Yeah, there's definitely an amount of chocolate that is good, and too much of it can be too much. Can I get on my bike here? Oh, I can. Nice. I don't know how practical it's going to be, but it's been a good like hour since I was using it to kill cranky ladies. Speaking of which, I should probably take a break. I have not been. Okay, it's not practical. I have to go through trees to fight this guy. Yeah, I would say the Happy Happy Village music is not the greatest. But again, I was on a bike for an entire stream earlier, or the other day, killing cranky ladies on a bike. And I think I've had my fill of the bike music. It is a good music for like psychopathic behavior of like killing human beings with a baseball bat. Definitely gives me Clockwork Orange type vibes. Come on, I don't want to have to. There we go. I have not been drinking as much water as I usually do. I usually go through about a gallon of water every day. So I have to actually take a water break because I would try to do it in battles, but I'm not getting into battles, so I guess I have to actually stop to drink some water. Dog says they snap out of it when you win. Oh yeah, yeah. They don't die. I guess you just break their kneecaps or something. I don't know. Disable them for life. significantly less psychopathic. And we're just looking for that one who's happened to be carrying around a candy to restore my psychic abilities. They're the ones who are crazy. It literally says in their name, insane, okay? Therefore, what I'm doing is not as insane. There we go. Have to beat up more blue guys. I do. Even though they're kind of purple. I just like the idea of when I go back to work on Monday, my coworkers might be like, "What did you do this weekend?" I'll be like, "I beat up some cultists with a baseball bat. I didn't kill them. They turned back to normal eventually. That was what I spent my weekend doing." One of them dropped a candy. One of you just had a candy. Oh, damn. So what are we at? 290 health. So let's see, that was one. If I get another level, what's that like? 10 of them would be 3,000. 100 would be 300,000. So that's another like 50-ish or so of these. Right? I don't know. My math is very approximate. I keep sending unfinished message by mistake. It's alright. It's also mistyped. But you should go to the dream route and cheat. No, I cannot cheat. I must do it legitly. I love this game too much to cheat on it. Especially since I've come so far without cheating. I don't want to throw all that away. Because I did open up the game and it's a program called Coil Snake. And I saw in there where it said the cranky lady drops her handbag strap 2 out of 128 times. It's a little bit not user friendly of a program, because all you're doing is looking for the enemy ID, because it doesn't just tell you, hey, this is what this enemy drops. And then you look at their loot table and it says the cranky lady drops the handbag strap 2 out of 128. And I just Never got it. And I'm all for going through the pain of a grind if I can be sure that I can get it, but yeah, that's what the wiki says. That's what Starman.net says. But I'm not sure if anyone's ever really confirmed it because there's not a 2 out of 128 chance challenge run that I know of. Oh, yeah, I actually heard about that. The guy who cheated in the Minecraft speedrun. I didn't realize that's what you were referencing when you said that. I know Stand Up Maths did a video on that, basically detailing the statistical probability of what he did was very extremely low. And so while that's not evidence that, or that's not like conclusive that somebody cheated, the chances that he did it without cheating are so low that he probably did. Magic Ant shenanigans. I mean, there is like glitches in the game that you could do. I know probably the one that I've seen the most is going over cliffs that you're not supposed to be able to, and using the skip sandwich to do that. And basically, you're going out of bounds. The bounds that the game have set. There's like little places, like let's say right here. If you use a skip sandwich, you could like finagle your way up there. And I've done it before casually, just to see if I could do it. It's super easy, but it's also not the most impossible thing ever to do. But that's what like some of the speed runs, the ones that are any percent, like all you need to do is get the end of the game credits to roll or whatever. That's what they do. It's literally a cliff and one that you climb up that you're not supposed to be able to. Speed run essentially is to get a skip sandwich as soon as possible and use that to go up a cliff and interact with a dialogue box that's not really supposed to be there. And somehow, eventually, you win the game. But I've always been more privy to the glitchless speedruns of this game. Yeah, debug menu. But I think it's wild that they've had to, like, over the years, create a category that's called no RNG manipulation, glitchless. Because people found out that you can RNG manipulate. I think they've gotten it to where everything up to 3 can be RNG manipulated to be, optimal, which is wild. It's I think Octopus Cow, like a Japanese speedrunner for this game, who I saw that video on his YouTube, and I was like, damn, that's crazy that he's able to be like in 3'd in like, I don't know how long, less than an hour, or maybe just an hour, which is pretty insane. Oh, Mario 3, yeah. I think any Mario speedruns are just crazy to me. Because they're all about Earthbound speedrun animated as a fun video. Never seen that one. I might have to look it up. Alright, another change in music. Walking around here is not too bad. Yeah, the tool assisted speedruns are of Mario. It's like literally everything frame perfect. I don't know. Nothing I've ever really been interested in. Anything that requires frame perfection, I'm just like, no thanks. I could see doing maybe a regular glitchless speedrun of this game, but even then it's like, I don't know, speedrunning's never been my thing. It's probably why I'm doing a opposite of a speedrun grind. What if it's not documented, but the guys out here don't drop this high caramel? I was watching someone do a 1 in 128 challenge run on YouTube, and they were using the cave, and that's where they got their side caramel. Yeah, I don't know. I'm more of I like to see gameplay kind of person. That's why I kind of like the glitchless speedruns of this game. It's kind of like if you ever watch people do like the Rubik's cubes, watching someone do a 3x3x3 Rubik's cube is significantly less interesting than the bigger cubes, because at least it looks like they're trying to solve something in the bigger cubes. The 3x3x3, they've gotten it so fast that it's like they already know what they're gonna do before they pick up the cube. They finish in like 3 point something seconds. And to me, that's just, it's not that interesting. But if you watch people solve like a 6x6x6 Rubik's Cube, it's like, it looks like they're actually solving something. Yeah, it takes a lot of dedication to do something like that, and I don't really think there's much reward for it. Yeah, that was, that's why 128. It's because everything is a power of 2 in these old games. Everything is based on bytes. See that video where the guy does the Rubik's Cube so fast it literally crumbles in his hands? No, but I'm not surprised. I know how to solve a Rubik's Cube, but I'm definitely more of a, I can solve it in a short conversation with somebody, which is just enough to impress most normal people. But yeah, I mean, like, I've actually got some of those bigger cubes. I've got like a 6x6, a 7x7, 5x5, 4x4, 3x3, and it doesn't surprise me, especially if you get one of the bigger cubes. Those things are held together barely a lot of times. Especially depends on the brand that you get. I'm sure that technology's come far enough that it probably doesn't happen as often, but no. So I've not seen it with the 3x3. I think I've seen a video of a guy who was solving like something bigger than a 3x3, and then yeah, like the cube just falls apart. It's kind of sad, especially since he's trying to go fast. I sometimes wonder if I'm just a little bit, tiny bit autistic. Just nobody ever called it that when I was growing up, so I never got diagnosed as it. But I definitely feel like I do things that are not typical. I think I just call myself strange and own it. I've taught myself the keyboard layout, the Dvorak keyboard layout. Um, no particular reason, but that's what I use to type these days. Dvorak. I don't use the QWERTY layout. Now that's something that, if you ever just want to learn something useless, do that. And you really feel like your brain struggling, because for so long I used QWERTY, and to like teach myself, you're like literally rewiring your brain, your muscle memories. And the part that also threw me off a lot was the fact that Dvorak and QWERTY both have M and A in the same spot. So when you're trying to memorize the rest of the keys, it throws you back. Like, it throws you off to have like two of the keys be the same spot that you're used to, and everything else is switched up. Alright, time for some water. I'm going to keep trying to move around, but playing right-handed right now. Okay. Alright, time to bring some joy back into this town and get on the bicycle. Hell yeah. Water pilled for life. I mean, this game is so advanced, it has water in it. You just don't get it until later, but yeah. Which makes me wonder, if there's water in this game, what are my characters drinking while I don't have water? Do my characters drink anything? Yeah, I might as well. I've actually gotten use out of the bike. Unlike most playthroughs where you use it for about 5 minutes and then send it to storage. Oh, there we go. So while I'm baseball batting people's legs off, I drink the blood that splatters off the ground from it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Right now we just drink the tap, and it's only when we go to the inn. Cucumber water? That sounds disgusting. But maybe that's the case. Maybe it's like it progresses, so the water that they provide makes the hotels more expensive. So like in One you're just getting tap water. Like, you're not even getting tap water. You're using the spigot out in the back and drinking from that. Or maybe in One you get the toilet bowl water, right? And then in Tucson it's a little more expensive because you're using the spigot in the back. And then 3, you finally get to the tap water. Yeah, I'm not a huge hater or lover of cucumbers. They're okay. They're fine. Yeah, and once you get this, yeah, you get to summers and it's like the most expensive water ever. Great, 36. Still no side caramel from these guys. Yeah, exactly. Summers, though, is the one place I don't expect in this playthrough to run out of money, but in most normal playthroughs I've ever done in this game, Summers is where I run out of money. And I think it's meant to be that place that you get some upgraded items, but they're not that great, and then at the next town you end up just replacing them anyways. The part that I'm not looking forward to in this run though is to with Jeff, I have to get a T-Rex bat, a non-stick fry pan, and a 3 coins of silence before he goes to visit Ness and Paula. And yeah. And if you wait, you can get same stuff cheaper. Deep Dark. Oh god. Well, here I am in an actual fight now. 1 HP damage. Yeah, he turned back to normal. At least I got to see that dialogue. Oh, are you? No, that's a lady. I think you get the better stuff in Scaraba, which is like right after Summers. I'm just hoping that when Ness is in the level 90s, and I have to leave him dead because I don't want him to gain any more levels, I at least have Pooh. But at this rate, I'm thinking I won't even have Pooh yet by the time Ness is in his 90s. I wonder what water the hotel uses in Deep Dark, because there's like the monkey, I think. Oh, maybe they use multi-bottle rocket water. It's I think it's called the Deep Darkness. Deep. I don't actually know what the official name of that place is, but it's a swamp place. You have to use the thing that you get from the pyramid. It's Eagle Eye, Hawkeye, something like that. I think it's Hawkeye. Honestly, I haven't played Minecraft in so long. Maybe that's what they're drinking then. They're drinking multi-bottle rocket fuel instead of water at that point. Oh yeah. I mean, props to them for like constantly updating the game. But at the same time, I feel like if I were to go play it, I'd want to go back to like 2015 Minecraft, which, assuming it hasn't changed, they allow you to do that. Nippers were useless, but creaking look promising. Yeah, probably. I played it a few times, had some friends convince me to play it with them. I know they had added like butterflies. One thing I didn't ever want them to do that they did was um, update the combat. I never played Minecraft because of the like I wanted convoluted combat. I was fine with just spam clicking things. And now they made it where you got like a cooldown whenever you spam click. How many have I taken out now? I don't know. Probably more than 128, if I had to guess. Bedrock feels similar to the original. Something I think it would be a fun challenge to try sometime is to go back to the version of Minecraft which had the Farlands or whatever it was called, and try to get there. That's a similar kind of thing like this in terms of a grind. Although I would say it's probably more boring. I know there was like some YouTuber who had a series that was that. I find it funny how there are hundreds of these cultists in this tiny small town. There are more cultists than people, probably. I think Farlands, it was like the guy had done so many videos that I'm pretty sure you could take it, like mathematically predict how long it would take him. Like if he's averaging this many tiles per video, and it takes you like however hundreds of thousands number of tiles to get to the Farlands, then you could anticipate like, oh yeah, you'll get this in like 2028 or something, which, you know, it's pretty far off from when people started doing that challenge. Yeah, you're talking like years. It's not just a small grind. There are more cultists in this town than there are people in Tucson. I think there's probably more cultists in this town than NPCs in the entire rest of the game so far. It would be worth it to grind for speed boosting items. I'm not sure if there were speed boosting items in that version of Minecraft though. Because I think what he did do was he would make boats, which are pretty easy to make. He just takes a few trees worth of wood, turn them into boats. So that's a speed boosting item, but there weren't horses in the game in that version. I'm not even sure if they had running yet in that version of Minecraft. It's crazy to think though that it's been over a decade since I've ever like played Minecraft with any regularity. I mean, I think we're getting to the point where there are adults who, as a kid, played Minecraft. And that's crazy to me because to me it's always been a game that's came out when I was an adult. That's what being old is, I guess. Yeah. when people are nostalgic about things that were in your adulthood. You're like, wow, I'm getting old. I definitely killed a lot of these. This is making me feel like I kind of gave up on the cranky ladies. And that if I were to go back now, I could still get the handbag strap from the cranky lady. But the cranky ladies spawn much less frequently. And that probably what contributed to the pain. Yeah, it'll happen to you too. There's gonna be people who are like nostalgic for Diablo 4. We got it! Nice! Finally. I can finally end this music. And then listen to this depressing music. Alright, guy, I know this is gonna be strange. Wait. Okay, I got the money. Let me make sure I got $18. No, this is gonna be strange, guy. I know I just gave you. Yeah, you'll know you're really ancient once people are nostalgic for Elder Scrolls 6. Because, I mean, that game's gonna come out when I'm like 60? Probably. No. Oh, wait. No. Alright, I think you can officially have him take the bicycle. Alright. Wait. No. Okay, we're starting over. Good lord. Yes. Oh, and the side camera. I was like, where'd the bicycle go? Oh, whoops. Yes. I never want to fight another one of these guys again. But I'm going to, I guess. Yeah, Diablo 4. I am a Diablo 2 guy. I never played 3. Didn't look very good. Never really heard a lot of great things about it. But I'm sure there's plenty of people who loved the game. Alright, so now I gotta get... Let me check off my list here for the Psy Caramel, the Insane Cultist, Croissant from the Mole Playing Rough, Jar of Hot Sauce from Mr. Batty, and another teddy bear from the Mighty Bear. Let's see if we splat these guys. Oh, nice. So the Mole Playing Rough drops at 4 out of 128. Mr. Batty drops the jar of hot sauce 2 out of 128. And Teddy Bear from the Mighty Bear is 2 out of 128. I don't think the Mr. Baddies come alone. There's typically more than one of them. So here's probably a good spot for moles. Because they're only moles. Yeah, they love 128. I'm just glad they didn't go with 256, because that would have been the next jump. Imagine the 1 in 256 challenge. Just give me the jar of hot sauce. First try, come on. Dang. I think this is a croissant. Yep. Here, I'll eat it. My health wasn't even maxed out. That's crazy. Although I think that's because I leveled up, and when you level up... No, you get the HP you get when you level up. I don't know. I must have been damaged at some point. Probably from the trees. Alright, I did skip my second hour break, but I think I'm going to take a break as this is the third hour. Alright, but I'll be back. Alright, have fun drawing. Alright. I have blueberries now. They're a little bit easier to snack on one-handed. Strawberries are a little bit more involved. Oh my god. Opening the box though, boy. Okay, I'm ready. I wonder if I can splat the bears. This is fine. As long as I haven't looted either of their loots, I'm fine with fighting both. No splat, even with the green swirl. Dang. So this is the location to farm bears, because there's a butterfly spawn here too. Got something. Jar of hot sauce, nice. Alright, cross that off the list. That's one of the harder ones to get. Oh yeah, gotta click back into the game. Oh man. Let's see how to set this up a little bit better. There we go. Now I can just grab water when I need it. I really want to fight these guys. A bit late for that now, though. Oh wait, I still haven't gotten their stuff. I might as well fight them now. It'd be great if I could just not miss these guys. Yeah. I'd rather not fight two. I can go back to the start of this area and farm those guys. Oh my god. The homesickness is real. Wait, I don't need to fight these. Oh wow. Alright, rockin' Bravo. Beta? I don't actually know. I'm just gonna say B. Be as incorrect as possible. Excuse me. Come on, just give me your teddy bear, Bo. A sentence that I don't think makes much sense in many contexts. Oh boy, 38. I'm so happy. Yes. I am happy. Oh, I'm at 300 health. Wow. This is definitely a mid-game level in an early game area. I think this is usually the level I'm at when I um, go through the part where it's just Ness and Jeff. It's typically the level I'm around. Because I remember 300 distinctly being a health amount around then. That's the ideal scenario, is that the bear doesn't make it into these fights. So I still need the mole playing rough drop and the bear drop. Don't need baddies, and I think I'm just gonna off-screen them anytime I see them. I've been trying to like kill them alone, but if the bear joins, it's kind of a waste of my time, I feel like. I feel like I've fought a lot of these in the past. This is a decent grinding location, just in a casual playthrough. And I don't remember ever getting a drop from these guys. I feel like it's maybe another cranky lady situation, maybe? I do think I've gotten croissants from the mole playing rough before, though. These guys are impossible to sneak up on. They still see me even though... Oh my god. Oh man, I should have just off-screened him. about to be 39. Oh my god. I'm so over leveled, I already have life up, whatever that is. Beta? Maybe? $13. I'm pretty sure beta still heals like 300-ish health. But the AI, the auto battle AI doesn't. Good. Splat, come on. Oh man. Oh man. Should have off-screened it again. I'm just autopiloting at this point. I think I might go back to the beginning and just try to grind out the mole playing roughs. There is a spot where it's only a mole spawn, no bats. I'll just keep off-screening that one. Holy crap. Did not expect to be stuck in here this long. 330 health. That's crazy. This is supposed to be a 1 in 32 drop. I've killed way more than 32 of these. I might have to do some research and see if there's like a bug with some of these drops. This is crazy. Maybe it's the emulation screwing me. But when I think back on it, like, maybe I never did get a drop from these guys. Because, like, 1 in 32 is enough to see it casually every once in a while. And I can't recall ever seeing it casually. Same thing with the teddy bear on the bear. Like, I don't ever recall getting a teddy bear in here. And I've done plenty of grinding where you get Paula, come in here, and I was just like level up on bears for a little while. Level her up on bears. But this might be a myth. I'll give it a few more minutes, but I think I'm convinced that it's probably meant to drop it. However, there may be some kind of bug where the drop item sequence just isn't triggering on these guys. Because they can have it on their loot table, but if the process doesn't happen, then maybe that's what I'm running into. Okay, I think I'm gonna call the stream here. I might have to do some research and see, because like I said, I don't recall ever getting. I do remember getting the jar of hot sauce or whatever it's called. Yeah, jar of hot sauce from baddies in the past, but I don't recall if I've ever gotten a croissant from those moles. And it might be like a emulator problem, like maybe the emulation of the game is kind of broke or something, or maybe there's just never been actual drops. I mean, there's a lot of wrong information about this game, so it might be a thing. But 4 hours, not the longest stream ever, but got $30,000 in the bank. Yeah, if I find out anything, maybe I'll just move on, because I'm pretty convinced the cranky lady, I've killed her plenty. The croissant from the mole playing rough, I've killed plenty of those, and that should be even more common than the cranky lady's drop. I'm pretty sure the teddy bear is not a thing that Mighty Bear drops either, but I'm gonna have to see. In which case, I can go save Paula, be severely overleveled. And then we can move on to Threed. That'll be the next segment. But yeah, there's a decent chance I just move on, because a 1 in 32 means that you should be able to, it wouldn't be uncommon to just see it casually. But the fact that I'm grinding for it and still don't see it, that's crazy. So, yep, I will maybe stream later. I don't know. But for now, I am done. Goodbye.